Meanwhile, aboard the Cajun Queen, Pierre LeBlanc, known by his fellow anglers as Scaly Pete.
Daddy hunted sharks. I hunt sharks. It's in the blood. There was somebody better at this, you'd be following them, yeah? People got a lot of wrong ideas about sharks. So I just say how we gotta coexist. Now, how you gonna coexist with that shark, huh? Shark just wanna do one thing. That's kill you, eat you, and you out. What I do, I consider a sacred honor. Kill them all if I could. Too bad, ain't but 24 hours to a day.
Shark spotted in Fatik Bayou. Several deaths reported. Shark can be identified by rusty harpoon embedded in flank.
Get the out of my way. Got a job to do.
This is an adult bull shark. Fast, fierce, and armed quite literally to the teeth, she has little to fear here in the Gulf. The muscular marvel confidently moves through its watery world. The Predator's 350 fearsome teeth are put on full display. Exhibiting behavior more common to a thresher shark, this bull makes creative use of her powerful tail. A shark fin is a sinister reminder to humans that the ocean remains a wild and untamed domain. The bull performs an acrobatic feat worthy of an orca, cruelly imprisoned and put on display in a marine park stunt show. The big fish plunges to the ocean below. The bull's speed is astounding for a large marine predator. A breaching shark is a rare, calorie-intensive spectacle. Well known that sharks feed on mollusks, fish, and seals. Less discussed is their propensity to feed on feet. It must be emphasized that this sort of targeted violence is quite unusual for a shark.
That shark needs a good whack on their nose. Go get him, Chad. How you doing there, shark? Knock him down, partner. putting up a fight for sure. Derek, you got this, mon ami. Sure making a lot of splashes. I ain't playing no more. Catch me this shot, I said. Oh, look at them teeth. Oh, she gonna make quite a mantelpiece. Got us some dinner coming, boys. Let's get her up on deck, huh?
On board the Cajun Queen, Scaly Pete looks over the catch of the day.
Yeah, this my daddy's iron, all right. But this ain't the shark. Not the one I was looking for.
How do you know?
How I know? Not big enough. This look like a mega to you? Oh, well, looky here. She's on for me. Hello! How your mama in there?
Whoa! Well, why'd you do that?
So I can identify her next time I see her. When I spear her.
The tiny pup responds with an instinct for survival.
You maybe want to turn off that camera.
Charlie's in the river, and it's raining me. Charlie's in the river, and I swear he's hunting me. They do with the devil, they set me free. The Charlie's in the river, and he's coming after me.
A famous big game hunter once posited that after an animal had tasted human flesh, it forsakes its natural prey in a deadly single-minded search for the most dangerous game. Remember, when planning a cemetery, try to avoid high-risk coastal areas. Supercharged with gene-altering mutagens, the shark now has an asymmetric edge on the competition. Once those gills get dry, it's time for the shark to return to the water. The shark returns to the grotto to focus on personal transformation. Exhibiting behavior more common to whales and dolphins, this shark is able to use biosonar to locate potential prey. The overhunting of Fawtick's keystone predators has led to a superabundance of catfish, which is just fine by local bully Rosie the alligator. Of Fawtick's keystone predators has led to a superabundance of catfish, which is just fine by local bully Rosie the alligator. The muskellunge, or muskie, is a freshwater fish commonly found throughout the Great Lakes region, so I have no idea what it's doing here. Is a freshwater fish commonly found throughout the Great Lakes region, so I have no idea what it's doing here. I have one of those new pop-up tub stoppers at home, and let me tell you, those things are just a magnet for hair and debris. Only here can the shark discover the miracle of self-love. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. Goaded by lusty appetites, the shark's sole aim is to eat and evolve. This instantized protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious mass. No one can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. While adorable, these soft-stuffed mascots don't provide much in the way of nutritional value. Shark is now a team, and we should expect much angst, ennui, and poor decision-making. This mineral supplement wouldn't be necessary if this shark ate a more nutritious, well-balanced diet. As a result of industrial pollution and sewage wastewater, Dead Horse Lake was designated a Superfund site in 1996. Mutagen 23 is certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race. Of a bull shark's life, it will ingest quite a broad assortment of flotsam and jetsam. We appreciate the grant from Sunshine Solutions that made this show possible. We'd also like to remind viewers that mass cloning and gene editing for today's military is safer than ever. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. The bull retreats to the grotto for refuge and quiet reflection. Several grouper have made a home near the retired nuclear cooling towers. This is a great opportunity for the shark to test the theory that exposure to gamma rays gives you superpowers. The bull shark is known to be a voracious, hardly discriminating eater. The Gulf Coast is home to quite a rogues gallery of marine wildlife. Several groupers have made a home near the retired nuclear cooling towers. This is a great opportunity for the shark to test the theory that exposure to gamma rays gives you superpowers. Is the ideal stage for the shark to meditate and harness her pure potentiality. Until local police departments settle a dispute over jurisdiction, these two remain a popular attraction for selfie-seeking snorkelers. Large groupers have been known to swallow sharks whole, so the bad feelings here go both ways. robust physique, the grouper is the very picture of brute strength. The grotto provides a brief respite from the Sturm und Drang of the Gulf. The artist spent 16 years building this sculpture out of trash pulled from the lake, only to have it thrown back in the lake by intoxicated locals. Barracuda. While most recognize it as the title of a classic rock radio staple, did you know that it's also a fish? Well, it's true. While most know him as the friendly face of Captain Winky's Fish and Chips, in real life, the pirate was a genocidal monster who murdered and enslaved thousands. In the kill or be killed world of the sea, performance-enhancing mutagens provide benefits that could mean the difference between life and death. Random mutations aren't random. They require large amounts of mutagens as a catalyst. Around Trash Island, where they enjoy a steady diet of hypodermic needles and used pregnancy tests.
Kinda regular there at Flamingo Joe's. People say it's a tourist trap. But it's the only place to get a decent Sazerac that don't have me on their do not serve list.
These scavengers of the sea are vital in cleaning the ocean floors of edible and semi-edible detritus. Sophisticated wildlife management has never been a priority in Port Clovis, and so amateur hour begins.
Kinda regular there at Flamingo Joe's. People say it's a tourist trap. But it's the only place to get a decent Sazerac that don't have me on their do not serve list.
The Scourge of the Swampland, Bayou Willie. Despite increased aerial surveillance, confidence amongst tourists and locals alike is far from buoyant. A bounty has been posted. The shark will have to be cautious until the hunters grow bored.
Got it!
Shark had a dead horse lake. Who wants a nice, juicy bounty?
Shark versus dolphin. Orca versus giant squid. Boat versus pylon. When establishing dominance, the contest is usually a deadly one, with survival as the prize.
somewhere out here.
Probably right under me. Could be looking right at me. Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
That about wraps it up.
The bull retreats to the grotto, for refuge and quiet reflection. Barracuda. While most recognize it as the title of a classic rock radio staple, did you know that it's also a fish? Well, it's true. The needle-toothed nightmare, the Barracuda. While most recognize it as the title of a classic rock radio staple, did you know that it's also a fish? Well, it's true. Even for sharks, it's important to create personal time for sober self-reflection.
I mean, I'm not an ornithologist, but I think it's probably a bad idea to get in the middle of flamingos' natural migration cycles. Just saying.
This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. angry bull shark loose, local hunters are forced to post...
I mean, I'm not an ornithologist, but I think it's probably a bad idea to get in the middle of flamingos' natural migration cycles. Just saying.
We tend to think of sharks as the damage dealers, but they too get injured from time to time. Vigilante fever has seized Port Clovis, making it dangerous for anything that swims.
Revolting there, but... Shark attack report.
Let's show the shark with the close side rolls out.
The bartender life ender, Bobby Bojangles. Things are getting heated in this war of attrition between man and nature.
Anybody else see that? This seems anticlimactic. Well, I'm sure the shark's dead.
The battle is over, but the war goes. Back on board the Cajun Queen.
That's Kyle, my son. He's just here for the summer. Studies marine biology. Look at that. I got one hand can still tie a hook. He got two can barely tie his shoes. Must get that from his mama. Yeah. He used to help my daddy around. Spent a lot of time together. But we wasn't close. He was a shark hunter, that's all he was. If anybody were gonna catch the mega, it'd be him. Thought it was a government experiment, got himself loose. Boy, he wanted that shark. Wanted it bad. Found it once. Didn't catch it, no.
What happened to your father?
Huh?
What happened?
Look, I ain't got time to answer questions all day. Got work to do.
Just like Kyle LeBlanc, our young bull is the inheritor of a long family tradition, struggling to find her place in the world. random mutations aren't random. They require large amounts of mutagens as a catalyst. I would like to assure the Antolini crime family that this footage will in no way be used in the final edit of our program. Golden Shores was built as vacation residences for wealthy out-of-towners, with spectacular ocean views, private beach access, and a gate to keep out the locals. Understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. Consistently the most difficult hole on the course, many golfers struggle with this par 7 humdinger. The sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food. Once more, the shark turns back to this place of centered calm. For human hunters and animal predators alike, the bayou is revered for its wildness and generosity. footage in 23 is certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race. What conjures the alienness of the shark is its lack of a skeleton. No one can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. Their reputations as wrestlers, alligators haven't mastered the nuances of scientific holds like the figure four. Someone should have taken a gun safety class. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. A local critic once wrote that Amos Beauregard was the Rodin of the Bayou, but Beauregard was functionally illiterate and had no idea who Rodin was. This protein supplement has 0 additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors. used to buy Sunshine sunscreen until I read it contains 7 hormone-disrupting chemicals and palm oil. This shark understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. Remember, if you find yourself hard aground, the best thing to do is stay with your canoe and die the death of an honorable seaman. The solitary hunter stumbles upon another source of nourishment. The sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food. Bayou brawler, the American alligator. This shark should consider returning to the water. Slicing jaws of the shark chop the grouper into morsel-sized pieces. Rosie has been a star in Big B's Bayou Buddy stunt show. But our shark is far too young to appreciate Rosie's classic brand of celebrity. A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. A clock would hardly be the strangest thing ever retrieved from a crocodile's mouth. If a group of consenting adults wants to perform cryptic rites to shadow forth the prophecy of the great old ones, who am I to judge? A quiet space is the ideal stage for the shark to meditate and harness her pure potentiality. threats to our ocean seem overwhelming. But by working together now, we can ensure that future generations always have a place to dump their old tires. Is now an adult, and she should probably spend less, save more, and start researching indexed mutual funds. The shark returns to the grotto to focus on personal transformation. Shark will eat just about anything. shark's propensity to clear the ocean of its assorted detritus is one of their most valuable functions. The appetite of this shark is nearly insatiable. It's here in the grotto that the shark can discover the absolute serenity deep within her soul. Since the mid-20th century, an increasing number of oceanographers have warned about uncontrolled development of the sea.
Dead Horse Lake should be embarrassing, right? But in Port Clovis, they put up a monument. You gotta be the best at something. Hopefully.
Is the only thing keeping tourists from a nasty, horrible death, outside of just avoiding the beach for a few hours. The spring of '73 was a magical time in Port Clovis, when local favorite Trash Talk placed 20th in the Derby, and the city placed...
Dead Horse Lake should be embarrassing, right? But in Port Clovis, they put up a monument. You gotta be the best at something.
Say what you want. Them hobos, good workers. Unlike my so-called son, Kyle. That's why I pay him to stay on the lookout for that shark.
She gotta be somewhere out here.
It's touching me. I know it.
My fish finder.
Handyman special overlooking breathtaking panoramic lake views. Open living with vintage appeal. Called Depot.
She's real close.
With little fanfare, another bounty hunt comes to a close. Along the Gulf, the bull shark is the predominant species of carnivorous, beach-loving barnacle. Port Clovis locals seldom miss an opportunity.
Say what you want. Them hobos, good workers. Unlike my so-called son, Kyle. That's why I pay him to stay on the lookout for that shark. Red McCord. I wouldn't know him from Adam. If he kill another fisherman, that's between them and him, yeah?
Probably right under me.
Come on now.
Oh, it could be anywhere.
Hell, I don't know. Scared of us.
Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
Red McCord. I wouldn't know him from Adam. If he kill another fisherman, that's between them and him, yeah?
It's hunting me. I know it.
Hey, shark. Get your ass out.
Traveling around, we are constantly reminded of how man's intrusion has disrupted the fragile equilibrium of the marine world.
Let's go to Flamingo Joe. First my ties on me.
Humans' attention spans are short. They've already forgotten about the shark and her many crimes, so thus ends the bounty. The bull shark demonstrates the importance of getting enough minerals in her diet. As with many social movements, the annual Driftwood Man Festival purports to foster progressive change, but it's really just an excuse for hippies to flout public nudity laws. Baton Tordu was built just in time for the slow decline of golf as a popular sport. Nothing gets a kingfish in the mood quite like watching a 73-year-old hit a double bogey. The fact that they've turned the waters off Baton Tordu into a spawning ground attests to their love of seniors golf. USGA Rule 4.182 might have saved these damaged clubs from abandonment. This instantized protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious madness. Like the serpents of seagoing legend, displays its capability for infinite savagery. It's a kingfish in the mood quite like watching a 73-year-old hit a double bogey. The fact that they've turned the waters off Baton Tordu into a spawning ground attests to their love of seniors golf. Driving force for the bull shark. Sharks' propensity to clear the ocean of its assorted detritus is one of their most valuable functions. Using this medication, if you experience priapism, do not attempt to improvise your own surgical shunt. Over the course of a bull shark's life, it will ingest quite a broad assortment of flotsam and jetsam. Sometimes even sharks just need to dirty bulk. lusty appetites, the shark's sole aim is to eat and evolve. Somebody's drinking team has a drowning problem. This shark understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. Hockey sticks are still legal according to Baton Tordu course rules, but not for long if membership director Doug Thompson has anything to say about it. Golf ball diving is an exciting and growing field where you can risk alligators and venomous snakes for 7 to 10 cents per ball. Mutagen 23 is certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race. Bull sharks have a habit of gobbling up anything that finds its way into the water. Fast and aggressive, the mako is known as the peregrine falcon of sharks. But as the peregrine is a land-based bird, this designation means nothing to the mako. The Sultan of Speed, the mako. And aggressive, the mako is known as the peregrine falcon of sharks. But as the peregrine is a land-based bird, this designation means nothing to the mako.
The shark fin traders come every year to Baton Tordu, because what other way is there to celebrate killing beautiful animals for tasting sensationalist body parts than a $450 round of golf?
In primitive cultures, sharks are revered and venerated. It is only in the minds of modern man that the shark has become a frightful abomination. Unaware, the noose around its neck tightens thanks to a crack team of shark hunters.
Shark fin traders come every year to Baton Tordu, because what other way is there to celebrate killing beautiful animals for tasteless nutritionless body parts than a $450 round of golf?
Rampant shark attacks can put our social systems under extreme duress. The sound of shotguns and molly hatchet disturbs the serenity of an otherwise calm sea. The shark hunters are
Serious problems off open source. Safety personnel respond.
We got the source.
Shark season ends, hunters return to their normal routine of bouncing checks at liquor stores. The savage shrimper, Pookie Paul.
Shark attack? Okay. Shark problem now, Coast Guard.
Despite increased aerial surveillance, confidence amongst tourists and locals alike is far from buoyant. Did Golden Shores import this Mako from Sri Lanka and train it to guard their community? Not likely. But let's pretend they did, as it makes for a more interesting story.
Back on that end.
I just know she's in here.
Golden Shores import this Mako from Sri Lanka and train it to guard their community? Not likely, but let's pretend they did, as it makes for a more interesting storyline.
Anybody got a good set of needle nose pliers? Ooh, suffocating out to death. Yeah, a breeze would be nice. What is that? He's looking right at me.
The rapacious rover is always swimming, searching for anything to satisfy the gluttony that is their defining trait. Back aboard the Cajun Queen, family tensions are at an all-time high.
Kyle, what's wrong? Can't you catch no reef?
I can, but this one's like 20 feet.
15.
Whatever.
Can't do it.
I'll come out there, I'll do it. The old man with one hand.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't be mutilating baby sharks.
What you say?
Nothing.
Boy, I couldn't catch in a diaper. You telling me how to hunt a shark? Believe that?
I mean, I came down here thinking it'd be a good opportunity for some father-son bonding. But now, I don't know. I might start looking for another summer job.
Hey, not everybody made to be a fisherman. I just hope this whole university thing works out for him, yeah?
Tigeroos are part of a complete balanced breakfast for anyone aspiring to one day suffer from fatty liver disease. Sapphire Bay's famous Pier 1 provides visitors with plenty of skee ball, popcorn shrimp, and elegantly airbrushed t-shirts. Even for sharks, it's important to create personal time for sober self-reflection. peace of the grotto enables the shark to approach the world with greater confidence and effectiveness. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. The predatory scavenger is often quite content to dine on whatever wastes fall to the ocean floor.
Back when I was a boy, I thought I'd be a golfer. Damn, if I didn't like sinking sharks a lot more better than sinking putts.
shark hunt begins.
Back when I was a boy, I thought I'd be a golfer. But damn, if I didn't like sinking sharks a lot more better than sinking putts.
These rich people parties always end in a fight over whether a poodle wheat and terrier mix should be called a woodle or a wheat.
Anybody else see that? This is anticlimactic. Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers?
Polarized lightning.
Suffocating out today. Anybody else see that? Mission's anticlimactic. Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers?
These rich people parties always end in a fight over whether a poodle wheat and terrier mix should be called a woodle or a wheat.
See that hole there? Sunk it in one shot back in '93. And if Cliff Giddings tells you I didn't, he'll lie.
Anybody else see that? This is anticlimactic.
Pack it in for now.
The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Judges. For our crew to earn the shark hunters' trust, to convince them we were not insurance investigators questioning their disability claims.
See that hole there? Sunk it in one shot back in '93. And if Cliff Giddings tells you I didn't, he'll lie.
As you can see, the Gulf Coast has stopped growing cotton and rice and started growing luxury vacation homes.
Suffocating out today. What is that? Anybody else see that? This is anticlimactic.
The solitary hunter stumbles upon another source of nourishment.
Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers? Where'd that thing go? Suffocating out today. What is that?
As you can see, the Gulf Coast stopped growing cotton and rice and started growing luxury vacation homes.
Could be looking right at me. It's hunting me. I know it. Anybody else see that?
Let's go to Flamingo Joe's. I'm all out of fireball.
It seems Port Clovis has forgotten all about its rogue shark. For now. A bull shark is an animal of broad dietary proclivities. The members of Baton Tordu who commissioned this piece apparently found it whimsical, whereas if you ask me, it's a little trite and unimaginative. Pier 1's Bird Dog Grill is famous for its endless platter challenge, featuring a dozen oysters, 1 full rack of ribs, 6 sausage links, half a barbecue chicken, and 25 spicy wings. Founder of America's largest shark finning enterprise, Mama Maybelle Bryant has collected quite a fleet of recreational boats. Her fail sons, Randall and Tyson, can often be spotted piloting them around Sapphire Bay. Combines the immediate threat of drowning with the primal terror of mutilation like a shark attacking a boat. Founder of America's largest shark finning enterprise, Mama Maybelle Bryant has collected quite a fleet of recreational boats. Her fail sons, Randall and Tyson, can often be spotted piloting them around Sapphire Bay. As is well known, volleyballs make way better friends than soccer balls, who will stab you in the back the first chance they get. The profusion of parrotfish here have kept Sapphire Bay's local hammerhead healthy and strange-looking. Parrotfish here have kept Sapphire Bay's local hammerhead healthy and strange-looking. Protein caches like this one are a convenient and tasty way for sharks to increase their protein intake. Haven for small government ideologues, Port Clovis prides itself in its lax amusement park safety standards.
Out to the carnival when he wasn't nothing but an itty-bitty boy. The fact that he was afraid of that Ferris wheel should have told me he wasn't never gonna be with me. Conventional apprehension methods having failed, authorities send out a motley collection of untrained, unlicensed individuals to do their work for them.
Need some hunters on it.
This shark understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. Beginning in 1946, WZUZ began broadcasting the country variety show Hillbilly Hayloft Hoedown, live from Pier 1. It's another unsuccessful shark hunt for the people of Port Clovis. Believe it or not, people paid over $12,000 to sleep in these tents and listen to Swedish DJs for an entire weekend. Natural cowards, shark hunters will often call for backup upon spotting them.
Get hunting. Fellas, we got a shark we need to put down.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Responsible for just 3% of hunter deaths. Drugs, alcohol, and poor firearm handling account for the rest. The fishing phenom, Candyman Curtis. Shark obstinately digs in as the conflict escalates.
This is anticlimactic. Suffocating out today.
That's really good fishing test.
What is that?
Shark shouldn't be that hard to find.
Humans' attention spans are short. They've already forgotten about the shark and her many crimes, so the sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food. From the moment she's born, the shark's cold, expressionless eyes are constantly on the watch for food. Like most American cities, the founders of Port Clovis were Freemasons, and probably Illuminati, who congregated in secret UFO bases to perform Luciferian blood rituals. Evolutionary anomaly, the Hammerhead. Shark triumphs, overcoming her opponent's clearly superior depth perception.
I'd said all kind of things about Mama Maybell, but she always give me a fair price on fins.
Is about saving lives, but it's also about safeguarding tourism revenue.
Do me a favor and head out to Sapphire Bay.
Back to shark attacks? Okay, it's our problem now, Coast Guard. Shark sighted!
Said all kind of things about Mama Maybell, but she always give me a fair price on fins.
An intensive shark hunt is now underway.
Found Sapphire Man with a short situation. Got a shiny new bounty for you, boys.
The latest in high-tech camera equipment gives us a whole new appreciation for what's really going on beneath the water's surface. An attack is due to human ignorance, rather than malicious intent on the part of the shark. Sharks have terrorized mariners for centuries. Many a child has run away to the sea with a head full of romantic notions of dynamiting sharks for a living. The Hoosier hotshot, Ensign Tyler Dixon.
Another shark attack. Let's get him, Coach.
Predator displays little caution as the situation further escalates.
Daddy used to take me here for sailing lessons. He'd sit up on his trawler waving his hunting rifle, yelling at me to sail faster.
Trying to hide.
Hunger is a driving force for the bull shark. To avoid intestinal injuries, she will return to the water.
Hey, shark, get your ass out here. Is that it? Nah, that ain't it. Hell, I don't know. Maybe she's scared of us. The hell is it? All I see is Moloch. Come on now. Hey, shark, get your ass out here.
Dad used to take me here for sailing lessons. He'd sit up on his trawler waving his hunting rifle, yelling at me to sail faster.
that avoid us forever.
Pride in boat ownership manifests itself in a variety of ways here in Port Clovis.
Is that it? Nah, that ain't it. That was a good, honest effort. Now let's get drunk.
The hunt ends, but this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle between man and nature. Over the course of a bull shark's life, it will ingest quite a broad assortment of flotsam and jetsam. The bull shark is able to attain larger maximal sizes through selective feeding. Baton Tordu was built just in time for the slow decline of golf as a popular sport. Only here can the shark discover the miracle of self-love. Only the prosperity created by global capitalism allows vacationers to purchase Sun-Your Buns and Port Clovis ashtrays. As twilight falls, Pete is in an uncharacteristically quiet mood.
This is a dangerous job. It's not something unknown to me. Well, you want to see dangerous? Look at that, yeah? That's PT 522. My daddy crewed that off of Guadalcanal. He was Navy. Gunner's mate. Pacific Theater. But went out with 16 men. Came back a day later with 3. Man survives all that. Just to die here in the Gulf.
What happened to him?
Oh, you don't like me saying this. But my daddy, his granddaddy, was killed by a mega shark.
I'm sorry. He's talking about a prehistoric fish that went extinct 2.6 million years ago.
I seen
Yeah,
it.
you were a kid.
Ain't they discover new animals all the time?
Sort of. Well, not exactly. In lots of cases, they're just corrections of species with different names. Also stuff like misspelling.
But I just say it. Maybe there are things in the water that ain't in your textbook. Stick around. Maybe you learn a thing or two this summer.
Whatever.
The ocean is vast. The majority of it still remains unmapped and unexplored by mankind. Perhaps Kyle shouldn't be so quick to dismiss his father's fevered ramblings.
What that is? That's the one what took my hand, all right. Get yourself ready, boy. Now we playing with power. girlie! Don't fight what's inevitable! Suit up, divers! C'est ça, couillon! Ain't you? Need reinforcements! Don't drag ass now!
Starboard side!
That there cage cost me $2,000. I'm about out of patience, mate! Hey! You stop that this right now, second! She's catching her wind!
Scaly Pete remains resolute.
Where's she at?
I don't know.
Big enough to toss him now, ain't you? Can! Get that can! Douse him! Pique-toi! Ah! We're about to blow! Get the f*** off! Forget it, boy! He's just a boy!
What remains of the boat lurches, then slowly sinks to the bottom of the sea. The shark is now an elder, and thus begins a new battle against systemic age discrimination. The ocean waters are driven constantly by tides, currents, and Saudi-owned super yachts. Sometimes even sharks just need to dirty bulk. This trimaran, like many before it, was lost in its journey to the mythological dry land. The Predator's torpedo-like form allows her to navigate the area efficiently. A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. Sharks' propensity to clear the ocean of its assorted detritus is one of their most valuable functions. In the not-so-distant future, a young visionary entrepreneur will spot these three shells while snorkeling and revolutionize after-toilet care. Once more, the shark turns back to this place of centered calm. Beginning in 1946, WZUZ began broadcasting the country variety show Hillbilly Hayloft Hoedown, live from Pier 1. The solitary hunter stumbles upon another source of nourishment. A bull shark is an animal of broad dietary proclivities. Supercharged with gene-altering mutagens, the shark now has an asymmetric edge on the competition. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. Anyone who has delved into the stomach contents of a shark is acutely aware that they'll eat just about anything. No one can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. Shark is known to be a voracious, if hardly discriminating, eater. While homeless and itinerant, hobos will work for a living. They are not to be confused with bums, who are sedentary and refuse to work. Like my son did. There's no such thing as a recession-proof business, except for the frozen banana stand. Whether boom or bust, the demand for reliable, quality frozen bananas remains a constant. mineral supplement wouldn't be necessary if this shark ate a more nutritious, well-balanced diet. Random mutations aren't random. They require large amounts of mutagens as a catalyst. If only someone had done their 6th grade reading assignment, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Time is running out for this pelagic predator.
Lazy Eye used to be my favorite lighthouse. Had a keeper named Emil. Always had the best call. Now they got it automated. It was a lot less fun to drink with.
It's remarkable how quickly Port Clovis picks up arms in the name of a murderous cause.
My favorite lighthouse. Had a keeper named Emil. Always had the best core liquor. Now they got it automated. I tell you, it was a lot less fun to drink with.
Come on, shark.
It seems Port Clovis has forgotten all about its road shark, for now. This protein supplement has 0 additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors.
This was the only known habitat of the speckled seaside sparrow. But, you know, they went extinct in 2007.
Hunters hold a deep hatred of wildlife in their hearts. None more so than the shark. Sharks need to breathe to live.
This was the only known habitat of the speckled seaside sparrow. But, you know, they went extinct in 2007.
That's really good a vision test.
Does this smell unusual, or is that just poor clothing?
Shark shouldn't be that hard to find. Come on, shark. Well, that's it for today.
The battle is over, but the war goes on. $500 million years of terrestrial evolution reaches its apex with Prosperity Sand's spacious flow-through floor plans. This trawler, operated by Roger Cantrell, recently broke the state record for number of revocable commercial fishing offenses. A nervous influx is communicated to the shark's brain. It recognizes that a potential meal is near. Operated by Roger Cantrell, recently broke the state record for number of revocable commercial fishing offenses. After the end of the tiki craze, bar owners toss their Polynesian-inspired decor into the Gulf, where their kitschy charm is completely lost on native marine life. While fostering a balanced ecosystem is a complex and multifaceted process, what harm could arise from killing a bunch of seals?
I should have checked the gas! Does it smell unusual, or is that...
Pulling off a successful casino heist is made even harder when you drive off the road into the ocean and drown.
Where is this bull?
She's close. She's real close. I just know she's near. She gotta be
The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Joe's. Fostering a balanced ecosystem is a complex and multifaceted process. What harm could arise from killing a bunch of seals?
629 days, Prosperity Sands ain't had no shark attacks. You can thank OP for that. Prosperity Sands, sure.
Many a child has run away to the sea with a head full of romantic notions of dynamiting sharks for a living.
Prosperity Sands. Shark attack.
629 days, Prosperity Sands ain't had no shark attacks. You can thank OP for that. Prosperity Sands sure ain't.
You know me. I'd rather be Flamingo Joe's. I really should get them polarized lenses.
Starting to have fun.
With a little fanfare, another bounty hunt comes to a close. When it was discovered that their Stonehenge replica was astronomically misaligned, enraged Port Clovians threw it in the ocean. An insatiable fish, the bull shark is 9/10 appetite. Bull shark is an animal of broad dietary proclivities. Mutagen 23 is certainly heating up the evolutionary arms race. Benjamin Franklin marveled at how quickly the Gulf Stream allowed him to travel back to America after even the self-driving technology of Gazorpazorp is not without its reliability concerns. Thanks to powerful risk assessment software, we now know that this was a wildly idiotic place to build vacation homes. There's a very real risk of drowning while surfing, but at least you'll leave behind a cool-looking story. Is a driving force for the bull shark. Goaded by lusty appetites, the shark's sole aim is to eat and evolve. A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. Bull sharks have a habit of gobbling up anything that finds its way into the water. Not really a gourmand, the bull shark will eat just about anything. blah, blah, late-stage capitalism. Port Clovis considered removing these naval mines after the war, but the city had already spent its annual budget booking a Nickelback cover band for the 4th of July. Every summer, Port Clovis plays host to the Megasonic Electro Carnival, giving a real boost to the local MDMA industry. Appreciate human sacrifices, the eldritch gods of yore are seldom enthused about being summoned to Port Clovis. The Great White is often referred to as the King of the Ocean, which gives it a skewed understanding of the role of a monarch in modern society. Emperor of the Deep, the Great White. White is often referred to as the King of the Ocean, which gives it a skewed understanding of the role of a monarch in modern society.
Pete, what's in the barrels?
Fish food.
Pete, whatever this is, can I ask you not to do it?
Gonna get that shark, one way or another.
It's just that this is unnecessarily destructive. I mean, it's just one shark. There's a whole ecosystem.
One shark that killed my boy.
Pete, look, I understand.
Wanna keep tugging on this knot, you?
Caviar Key features painted sails, a luxury 5-star resort built over the remains of Tuna Macha, a pre-Columbian city that was once host to the most advanced civilization in ancient America. Protein caches like this one are a convenient and tasty way for sharks to increase their protein intake. Traveling around, we are constantly reminded of how man's intrusion has disrupted the fragile equilibrium of the marine world. Orcas do enjoy playing with toys, but not half as much as a day-old seal carcass. Quite a strange conglomeration of stuff will end up in the stomachs of sharks. Even after the creation of a killer clown task force, clown-related homicide still remains a problem in Port Clovis. The predatory scavenger is often quite content to dine on whatever wastes fall to the ocean floor. After losing to King Crush in the 2011 Monster Mania semifinals, Big Finn stepped away from the limelight for a simpler, more natural way of life. The bull retreats to the grotto for refuge and quiet reflection. turtle numbers have exploded here. Bad news for seagrass, great news for orcas who enjoy torturing and eating them. Uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. Have exploded. Bad news for seagrass. Great news for orcas who enjoy torturing and eating them. Shockingly, this was only Alex's second worst birthday. In the kill or be killed world of the sea, performance-enhancing mutagens provide benefits that could mean the difference between life and death.
I catch 3 of them killer whales they got there at Fish Fingers. You could say I got a real keen eye for talent. Although, the wheelers really gotta work on those side aerials.
gimmicks and quasi-legal get-rich-quick schemes set aside for now, the shark hunters get to work.
I catch 3 of them killer whales they got there at fish feeds. You'd say I got a real keen eye for talent. Although, the wheelers really got to work on those side areas.
Humans aren't part of a bull shark's normal prey doesn't mean they don't deviate from their typical diet. Alert a shark to a lightning fast. Hunters hold a deep hatred of wildlife in their hearts. None more so than the shark hunter.
Do what you do, sir.
The corn-fed Colossus, Butcher Boy Brady. Things are getting heated in this war of attrition between man. A bounty has been posted. The shark will have to be cautious until the hunters grow bored.
Near painted sails, they could use some help with their shark situation.
Let's shoot a shark.
No one can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. After years of eating the same meal of frozen herring and fish fingers, Casanita just wants her favorite comfort food, raw shark liver. The ocean is a fluid. The sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food. A great way to discourage museum attendance is to put your museum underwater. For more than 3/4 of geologic time, the land was uninhabited, without a single destination spa anywhere to be seen.
Been fun for the day.
The hunt ends, but this is a mere pause in the eternal struggle between man and nature. Fish fingers, Casanita just wants her favorite comfort food, raw shark liver. Port Clovis City Council never misses an opportunity for cross-franchising. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. The shark is known to be a voracious, if hardly discriminating, eater. Clovis's most disreputable citizens have converged on the area.
Bounty for y'all. Just head to Caviar Key.
Rash of shark attacks? Okay, it's our problem now, Coast Guard.
This is anticlimactic. Anybody else see that?
Right there.
Suffocating out today. Anybody got a good set of needles and pliers? Well, you're dead in the water.
Port Clovis has grown bored of the hunt, leaving our shark to fight another. Random mutations aren't random. They require large amounts of mutagens as a catalyst. If you're like me, you're probably wondering what their secret is for such durable papier-mâché. Supplement has 0 additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors. Recently, Port Clovis has gained a reputation for its derivative, politically confused street art. propensity to clear the ocean of its assorted detritus is one of their most valuable functions. Saying, the two happiest days in a sailor's life are the day he buys his boat and the day he sells it, unless it's splintered to kindling by a savage sea tiger. Vigilante fever has seized Port Clovis, making it dangerous for anything that swims.
Bounty for y'all. Just head to Caviar Key. Who wants to kill another shark? Hell, I don't know. Maybe she's scared of us.
Yeah. Port Clovis really been sprouting up these past few years. Put some of my own money in this. Gonna be a laser tag fun park.
That's kind of disappointing.
Another shark hunt draws to a close. Using crude weapons to take down alpha predators is a skill many shark hunters hone while in prison.
Port's out by Caviar Key. Find it and put it down. Bounty time, fellas.
Port Clovis really been sprouting up these past few years. Put some of my own money in this. Gonna be a laser tag fun park.
Hey.
Orcas, once the featured attraction at marine mammal parks, now have a new favorite trick, killing
Anybody's
things.
sonar turning anything up.
Hell, I don't know. Maybe she's scared of us.
She's looking right at me. Oh, it can be anywhere. Probably right under me. Does this smell unusual, or is that just...
The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Joe's. The white and black attack, the Orca. Killer whale will sometimes use the ocean surface to trap its prey. Orcas, once the featured attraction at marine mammal parks, now have a new favorite trick, killing things. Concentrations of metals and hydrocarbons in the water show just how much the Gulf has progressed since Amerigo Vespucci first arrived here. A quiet space is the ideal stage for the shark to meditate and harness her pure potentiality.
We've had some real bad fish kills because of these oil tankers spilling. But it brings a lot of money into the economy. Can't argue with that. Bad fish kills because of these oil tankers spilling. But it brings a lot of money into the economy. Can't argue with that.
With 24-karat gold fixtures, 2 discos, circular staircases, and a mosaic swimming pool, the Chatelaine is still only Port Clovis's second most ostentatious yacht. It seems Port Clovis has forgotten all about its rogue shark. For now. It's rare encounters like these that have a negative effect on this awesome-aligned marine creature. With 24-karat gold fixtures, 2 discos, circular staircases, and a mosaic swimming pool, the Chatelaine is still only Port Clovis's second most ostentatious yacht. dismisses prey with a fierce flick of the tail. A shrill chorus of ankle bracelet alarms fills the air as shark hunters leave their homes to track our bull shark.
Gold, we have a major shark situation.
With an angry bull shark loose, local hunters are forced to post bail and shrug off last night's hangover so they can take to the water. The toast of the coast, Lieutenant Shannon Sims.
Ain't that her?
Okay, another shark attack. Start a hunt party.
Despite Port Clovis's best efforts, the aquatic beast refuses to be tamed. The insatiable sperm whale needs to eat over a ton of food every day, which here in the Gulf mostly consists of hammerhead sharks. Some sharks are scavengers, indiscriminately consuming anything that's vaguely edible. Anyone who has delved into the stomach contents of a shark is acutely aware that they'll eat just about anything. The moment she's born, the shark's cold, expressionless eyes are constantly on the watch for food. This recreation of the Titanic was so accurate, 1,500 people died during its maiden voyage. Sea sponges' demand for pineapple homes has sparked massive deforestation throughout Costa Rica. But being brainless, sponges rarely weigh the consequences of their buying decisions. The bull shark is known to be a voracious, if hardly discriminating, eater. This instantized protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious mass. A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. In the kill or be killed world of the sea, performance-enhancing mutagens provide benefits that could mean the difference between life and death. The bull shark demonstrates the importance of getting enough minerals in her diet. The sea wolf remains acutely aware of anything that might constitute food.
Yo, better believe those sewer lines need work. I've had campylobacteriosis, cryptosporidiosis, leptospirosis. Let me tell you, partner, that ain't no joke. Those sewer lines need work. I've had campylobacteriosis, cryptosporidiosis, leptospirosis. Let me tell you, partner, that ain't no joke. The university sends their students out here every summer to study the reefs. Shit. Guess we all got different ideas about summer fun, yeah? He sends their students out here every summer to study the reefs. Shit. Guess we all got different ideas about summer fun, yeah? Kyle, he was really into scuba back when he was a teenager. The museum's the first place I took him after when he got certified. Back when he was a teenager. This museum's the first place I took him after when he got certified.
displays a relatively advanced hunting strategy. The appetite of this shark is nearly insatiable. Ice fishing is similar to regular fishing, but enjoyable only to upper Midwesterners. The grotto provides a brief respite from the Sturm und Drang of the Gulf. Back in the good old days, the world practically ran on sperm whale oil. Now we can only watch them from afar, dreaming of tapping their skulls for all that sweet spermaceti. The cetacean assassin, the sperm whale. practically ran on sperm whales. Now we can only watch them from afar, dreaming of tapping their skulls for all that sweet spermaceti. Pete has a new boat, and from the looks of it, there are several features probably not legal for civilian use.
So you found me. So what?
Pete, I don't know what all this is, but you're scaring us.
What you gotta be scared about? You a shark?
Pete, I don't want to, but I think we need to get the police, maybe the Coast Guard involved.
You think I'm crazy? No, I'm the most sane man you ever seen. Look, I didn't get here easy. But when some shark take everything I got, I'll give her the same chance she gave my boy. None! Now get the f off my boat before I kill you too. The f I say! Hope you got a hunger on! We serving shark etouffee tonight!
Pete has built an impressive battleship, but will it be enough to endure the prehistoric might of a mega shark?
Girlie, as you can see, I came prepared today. I'ma fix you up real pretty. Getting y'all out swimming torpedo. This is into a real knockdown dragon. Like a record for sure. I talk the roast boots. This boat will come with everything. I will chum y'all up. You didn't think I had torpedoes! Just die already! Gonna hurt you bad! Need reinforcements! Don't drag ass now! Back on! The dorsal spine into a walking stick. Y'all only got more ugly. Thing I do. Laissez les bons temps rouler.
I suppose there's a lesson to be gleaned here. Something about how the increasing commodification of the natural world has placed humans on a collision course with an environmental apocalypse. But this is a basic cable show where people tune in to watch sharks kill people, and people kill sharks. So until next fishing season, this is Maneater. has somehow survived the multi-gigajoule explosion unscathed. But just like that, she's on to other things. In case you're wondering about me, the network namby-pambies canceled our program due to depictions of actual death. So I'm now broadcasting online, free from the meddling of censorious busybodies. Recently, I produced the television nature series, Maneater. Over the course of filming, our cameras witnessed unprecedented displays of evolution, strange mutations never before observed by the human eye. When I spoke to a prominent marine biologist, she claimed it was due to Port Clovis's extreme levels of radioactivity and industrial effluent. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was merely trying to placate. What did she really know? And why wasn't she telling me? Then, as if the stars had all aligned, the former Q-level security specialist sat down next to me. What he told me would haunt me for the better part of a year and lead me back to Port Clovis on a dangerous journey through dark secrets, government cover-ups, and a clandestine cabal of extraterrestrial elites single-mindedly determined to enforce their will on humankind. Come with me on a quest for the truth. Truth Quest. Judging by the bull's behavior, she smells a new creature. If it threatens her apex status, a heated confrontation is inevitable. The predator must act quickly, lest she lose the scent of her prey. The shark works the odor trail with a singular focus. Perhaps she's caught scent of Jormungandr, the world-encircling sea serpent of Norse legend. What admirable hustle! The creature has disappeared, probably whisked away by a government boat, lest we capture the beast on video. Notice the fish-like shape of the alien aggressor's ship, a subtle homage to Nimrod's Babylonian cult of sacred fish. Conventional apprehension questers, whatever it is the shark caught scent of, the secretive Black Ops unit conspicuously called NWO has captured it. What might be their nefarious plans? The markings on this satellite suggest that it belongs to scientific, a top-secret military compound, and perhaps the home base of these NWO troops. might be because of the toxic air in our environment. That's why you need lung fluid. Unfortunately, I suspect there's more where that came from. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold and Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifiers. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup.
For whoever bags a naughty fish, let's hit it!
This is the Plover Island Complex, commonly referred to as Site P. Whatever bizarre and dark depravity lurks within its bowels, we're about to find out. Truly, this is a decadent empire in its final stage of collapse. Appear the great galleons of the global conspiratorial elite.
Nope, nothing.
Goaded by lusty appetites, the shark's sole aim is to eat and evolve.
Yet.
The big fish seek shelter as the NWO shock troops assemble.
Base says it's time to head home.
The expansion of Lucifer's one world kingdom will have to wait another day. This satellite is but one of millions in the villainous cabal's interstellar quantum communications. An insatiable fish, the bull shark is 9/10 appetite. Every year, we're sprayed with billions of pounds of toxic aerosols. That's why you've got to protect your cellular matrix with Sulfur Shield organic sulfur crystals, only from Survival Life. Say goodbye to another $38,000 piece of military hardware. Don't be fooled by this elaborate diorama. The real horrors are buried deep underground. If there's no such thing as targeted weather warfare, then why am I occasionally inconvenienced by rain, snow, and excessive cold or heat? You can tell that this is old World War II technology, due to all the flickering. This instantized protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious mass. NASA's fraudulent Apollo 11 moon landing was necessary. Otherwise, the world would have seen the domes and spires of the insectoid's goodness, Thraxon. While intellectually, I understand that adrenochrome is a byproduct of synthetic epinephrine with no practical applications. Emotionally, I understand that it's siphoned directly from children's pineal glands as the immortality drug of the Luciferian elite. Anticipating a reprisal, the Predator flees. The NWO is still in hot pursuit. The fish must be cunning, because unlike her pursuers, she doesn't have a 5,000 horsepower engine. This footage could only be captured with the best professional-grade Swedish drone cameras. Successfully evaded the New World shock, at least for the time being. Government-suppressed free energy source, the Electric Great White. The large and humorous teeth of the Electric Great White were so frightening when you consider that you probably died from electrocution. The other great white should consider that a warning. the shark decides to nourish herself on the local farm. For this one can't be blood on an empty stomach. I started this channel 6 months ago, only to be met with personal attacks by uninformed citizens like Bong Lord 69, who commented, "What a dumb A-word, F-word piece of S-word." Continuing in that vein for several years. Underworld Order hates the shark because she dares to attack the very pillars that prop up their temple of lies. Harmed in what she's already witnessed, the Predator lashes out against the Illuminist group's deceitful agenda. Despite demon powers, the Illuminati prove a dastardly foe. Hardcore intergenerational Satanist, TJ Tough. The futile thrashing of a dying lion, we are witnessing the collapse of the old and impotent New World Order. I must warn you that as we venture further into the heart of darkness, you may be shocked by the atrocities unfolding before you. Okay, I just had to block 50 users from commenting. This is just the sort of response I prepared for after dedicating myself to informing the masses about the real truth behind global events. The shark struggles to disentangle the Illuminist's web of fabrications and untruths. refuses to subjugate herself to the insectoid's will, and thus is targeted as a threat. Many people believe that 300,000 years ago, the insectoids created humans to mine the Earth's gold. But this is absurd. They're clearly more interested in our copper reserves.
Maybe the shark is a metaphor.
Manhattan Project graduate, the Shadow Worker.
If I see it, I'll let you know.
Coincidentally, Shadow Worker was also the name of a CIA-funded covert op to overthrow the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. The enemy's plans for a global fascist dictatorship are put on hold for now. The insectoids will have to dream up new nightmarish beasts if they want to stop this shit. The shark has taken a keen interest in an electrical transformer. That transformer must have been powering NASA's insidious Project Bluebeam. But how did the shark know?
That's the one!
The explosion has drawn unwanted attention. The patriotic Piscus must be swift to avoid capture.
Got eyes on it.
She should hurry, as trespassing on military property could result in a 6-month prison sentence. NWO doggedly pursues the fleeing predator. I haven't seen a fish this wily since Babe Winkleman tried to catch that pike in northwestern Ontario. The olfactory center registers the sweet smell of freedom. we see what the NWO's been hiding. Inside sources have ascertained its name, Moloch. This devious aquatic bioweapon is designed to disperse a mist of viral particulate, a potent combination of Ebola, anthrax, and Lassa fever. Within weeks, it will spread from Port Clovis to infect the entire world. Then, Big Pharma will reveal that they've developed a vaccine. The price? Every country must submit to the Insectoid Brotherhood. We must stop them before they can implement their demonic program. Alarm. But I have reason to believe I'm being spied on by the Pakistani government. Just an update. I performed my own technical surveillance countermeasures and didn't find any bugs, hidden cameras, or GPS trackers. Yet.
Okay, we're done here for now.
The diabolical powers recongregate to perform vile acts of supreme debauchery. Sunshine side effect, the bone sperm whale. It's clear that this whale was looking to soften up our country for the final America is surrounded by road cetaceans, and only this shark is paying attention. The Masonic forces will stop at nothing to maintain power. Black helicopters descend, like the dark ghosts of the primordial god. No doubt that on its way to perform another chapter. Degree, York Wright Mason, Ron Honeywell. The Elasma branch is not intimidated by the elite central government's so-called peacekeeping forces. The insectoids are rattled that the shark will soon reveal the truth of their agenda. And we're off to the ring. shark's looking real confident. It's not looking good. Swimming is an ancient discipline, and this shark has it mastered. The shark explodes off the blocks. Notice how she positions her fins at different angles, altering the flow of the water around her. I haven't witnessed such a fiery performance since Christina Egerzagi at the '92 Summer Games. That shark just earned her PhD in race science. Wait, hold on, that came out wrong. Bravo survivor, the irradiated bone sperm whale. The whales are deep undercover to turn this whole state into a United Nations protector. And that is, wait, God. Fall asleep fast with Amber Sleep Ambergrease Essential Oil. Spritz a little on your pillow and drown with the soothingly fecal odor, this prized intestinal secretion only from survival. Can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. The rapacious rover is always searching for anything to satisfy the gluttony that is their defining trait. Maybe that was the guy who gave me the false intel about the Bolivian bioweapon attack on Orlando. Supercharged with gene-altering mutagens, the shark now has an asymmetric edge on the competition. We are constantly reminded of how man's intrusion has disrupted the fragile equilibrium of the marine world. dominance has always been part of the hidden. The New World Order has begun to amass its forces. This ship is more of the otherworldly technology that Dwight Eisenhower acquired in his 1954 abduction pact. Shadowy cabal despises the Thing for her independence of mind and spirit. Grand Druid High Priestess Jocelyn Saint-Denis. Of evil is reduced to sharp. You see, history repeats itself when people forget. These insectoids masquerading as men want to annihilate the world as we know it. The enemy's plans for a global fascist dictatorship are put on hold. For now. The bull shark demonstrates the importance of getting enough minerals in her diet. Friends, if this show fails to awaken humanity, we're irrevocably lost, and the insectoids will carve us up for joy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stock up on industrial bleach before it's all confiscated by the big pharma criminal cartels. This sortie is clearly in violation of the Constitution. fourth-dimensional insectoid shapeshifter, Vic Mandrake. And it isn't always tricky. The Dark Brotherhood withdraws to revitalize themselves with, one can only guess, the ritualistic drinking of human blood. The Masonic forces will stop at nothing to maintain power. profits. Insectoids are rabid that the shark will soon reveal the truth of their agenda. Mother of harlots and abominations, Barbara Terra Nova. The bioweapon has reached America's shores, perhaps having already unleashed a rapid viral agent upon the citizenry. Now, the NWO will hold the country ransom, offering the vaccine in exchange for compliance. Gentlemen, your perirectal area is a war zone. Don't go into combat defenseless. Arm yourself with Tactical Force flushable wipes, scented with lavender and geranium essential oils to keep your external sphincter smelling battlefield fresh. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Schlumberger, who's owned by Execo, who are partners with Saxwell Gold and Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant Emulsifex. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup. This could be the bioweapon's doing, sure. But first, perhaps I should consult my friend, a world-renowned expert on the subject of ancient giants. The bioweapon appears determined to disperse its infectious bodily fluids anywhere and everywhere. Apropos of nothing, I'd just like to say that the Warren Commission was a total farce. What are these? My guess is powerful influencing devices designed to make us hate America and love people. Influencing machine is destroyed. Americans, freed from its spell, will forsake their palak paneer for good old-fashioned cheese. Judging by the behavior of wildlife in this area, the bioweapon is also spreading estrogen-mimicking endocrine disruptors. Operation Garden Plot was just the beginning. The Rex 84 program is underway. The insectoids are rounding us up for their re-education camps. By putting sharks in their place, hunters ensure they'll stay in their lane, so we don't have a Planet of the Apes situation on our hands.
All of that.
Folks, I don't know about you, but I have a small saxitoxin-filled needle that I am prepared to use in case I'm captured for forced labor in the insectoid's copper mines.
Hey, Shark, get your ass out here. Hell, I don't know. Maybe she's scared of us. The hell is it? Shark shouldn't be that hard to find. Come on now. Well, we've done all we can do.
It seems Port Clovis. Clearly, the NWO sunk this ship for trying to deliver food, water, and medicine to imperiled patriots. I will not be scared off by a traitorous clique of elitists and their planned communities. Atomic Energy Commission project, the Irradiated Electric Great White. To acquire this Great White superpower, you need a region steeped in high-energy radiation, such as the Van Allen radiation. Further evidence that this fish is not... But I'm also currently doing a liver detox. The NWO death squads have made clear their intention to overthrow private property. Extrajudicial killings of all owners of homes with a second bathroom are right around the corner. Mark my words.
Time for us to put down another shot.
My inside source says they're going to shut down this broadcast under Executive Order 10995.
Anybody see her?
Probably right under me. Oh, it could be anywhere.
Dead Horse Lake, like most American bodies of water, has abnormal levels of aluminum, barium, and strontium. That's why you need the complete body cleansing power of Detoxinator Premium Ultra, only from Survival Life. These machines dispersing mental poison from hell, creating a lumpen mass of propaganda-drugged Americans who'd rather watch Aubrey Dominique take the Cocoa Pop Challenge than read the Constitution. Try as it might, the shark is incapable of extracting oxygen from the air. Dominique, delusional insectoid pawn.
Bounty time! Time, everybody!
With little fanfare, another bounty hunt comes to a close. Love books but don't love to read? Autolist.com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today. Like Susan Klaber's Mark of the Beast, the true meaning of your credit score. Love books, but don't love to read? Autolist.com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today. Like Patricia DeRay's The NWO's hatred of free markets and affordable consumer goods has truly reached its apotheosis. There you see it. The Ishtar Gate and Processional Way are being constructed to welcome all variety of otherworldly entities to seduce and deceive mankind. This is just the beginning. Next comes the countrywide search and seizure of our weapons, gold stores, and freeze-dried beef stroganoff.
How hard can it be to find?
Could be looking right at me.
Intimidated by the shark's fierce love of country and implacable devotion to the ideals of liberty, the bioweapon flees.
A breeze would be nice.
So many sheeple going about their daily lives, ignorant that their minds are held captive by forces they don't know or understand. All these recent oil spills are merely contrived events designed to cripple the Gulf's fishing industry. It appears that the bioweapon is not only carrying a viral agent, but the HPV vaccine as well. Of the bottomless pit, Moloch. Everything is energy, even physical matter. So maybe, if we all focus our minds on the destruction of this unholy weapon, it will happen. Some sort of anti-democratic, and it's safe to say the origin Like heroic Neo, the shark has freed us from the Matrix. Now, we can unplug from the metal coils that once enslaved us, leave our mechanical caves, and greet this new dawn of truth. It's been 90 days since my last Truth Quest broadcast. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering where I've been. Well, for the past year or so, I've been partaking daily of ayahuasca. In fact, the very concept of Truth Quest came to me during a powerful vision. It was during my last vidcast that I experienced what my wife described as a psychotic break. The next day, she and my son Steven staged a family intervention. Well, I'm happy to report that since then, I've filed for divorce. Now I have time to dedicate myself to my true calling. Questers, we know that reality is just a mirage. Somewhere through the crack between time and space, great cosmic truths remain, still awaiting discovery. These are the obscure and unmarked points along the road of our Truth Quest.